Hello, hello, hello. It's been a while. How are you guys doing? Hi, Princess with Wolves. How are you? I'm so excited. We're back into Ace Attorney. It's been so long. We've had a very, very busy May and beginning. Oh, that scared me. That's really loud.
Objection.
Objection. Thank you for the 3 months. Oh my goodness, that was really loud on my end. I think it was fine on your end though, so let me know if this sounds okay. But yeah, I hope you continue to enjoy the emotes, and yeah, thanks for the resub. Yeah, I'm very excited to get back into this. I think what made me want to stream today was this morning I was watching the Wholesome Games Direct, and there's so many games that I want to play, and then I was like, but I gotta finish Ace Attorney. But I did download a couple demos from the Wholesome Direct, so I might do like a demo stream or a couple demo streams, because I've downloaded 3, but there are some more that I want to do. And then I might end up buying those games and then wanting to stream them as well. Oh my goodness, I know so many games. They're all so cute, and I know they're a bit shorter, a lot of them. So they would be fun to stream, I think. Another game that I bought a while ago is Littlewood, and I might start a new save on that for streaming. I don't know. I have some ideas. Hi, Sam.
Toeeb1 love, Toeeb1 love, Toeeb1 love.
Thank you for the 6 months, Sam. Enjoy the emotes. I think you got a new sub badge. I think you did. Enjoy the new sub badge. Oh, Littlewood. Yeah. It's not actually a farming sim. I thought it was for a second, but no. It's more of like a town building sim. I really, really like the art style. It's really cute. Hi, Epic Pikachu. I'm so happy you guys all came back, even though I haven't streamed in a very long time. Life has just been busy. We had a lot of weddings this month. And like friends from out of town coming over, so it's been busy. But yeah, I really like Littlewood. I played it off stream a bunch. Oh, and anytime I have been playing a game this month, it has been Tears of the Kingdom, which, please don't spoil the ending. I'm pretty far into the story. I made it to... Oh, he's gonna be coming back? That's so nice. Thank you. Yeah, huge wedding. I mean... Oh, huge wedding year, yeah. Your sister has 4 weddings in 2 months. Jeez. Yeah, I think only this year we have 4. One of them is mine. One of them was my mom's, so I had to help my mom a lot with her wedding. So once that was over, I was like, okay, now I can focus on my wedding. So yeah. Oh, never got into Zelda. I really, really, really liked Breath of the Wild. So Tears of the Kingdom, I was very excited about. But yeah, Christian and I have been sharing a copy, and I told him today I was gonna stream, so he's like, good, I'm gonna play Zelda. But yeah, I finished like all the 4 areas, and now I have to go kill Ganon, and I haven't even stepped foot in the castle yet, haven't tried anything yet. I like just finished the 4 things. I also got all the memories, and I haven't done too much in the depths, but I still don't want any spoilers, just in case there's something I haven't seen yet. So it's been really hard also sharing a copy with Christian, because then we both want to talk about things in the game, but I've been doing the story and he's been doing like the depths and like killing monsters, doing all the shrines. Yeah, so we're just like doing completely different things. But yeah, no, it's fun. It's been fun. Alright, shall we jump into the game? It's gonna start off with a cutscene, so I'm just gonna be quiet for a little bit as we watch the return of the great departed soul.
The grand end of the century great exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century.
I'm so excited.
And delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case.
Da, da, da.
And like the centerpiece of the great exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
Exciting. Oh, there's more.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people.
Okay, we can pause here. Tried Zelda with 4 swords. Oh, I think I remember you saying that. Got it free after 20 minutes you're bored. Yeah, I know some people when they played Tears of the Kingdom, they also got bored because it's a little tough at the beginning. So, that's totally fair. Not every game is for everyone. Fair warning, the cases get long from now on. Yeah, I'm ready. I didn't want to start this until I was ready to commit. And that's why I haven't played this in like a month. So we'll see how this one goes. I'm excited. I know the 4th case is pretty long, but the 5th one is always super long.
The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
Ooh.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
I have a feeling it's the guy on the left who's gonna die. My body is ready.
Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car.
Wow.
Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies. And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future.
I love his like his
A
gestures.
world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Someone's gonna die. Someone's gonna die. He is quite the showman. With great hair.
A man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location,
Oh.
whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before.
Oh. Yeah, no, I don't. Unless is he a magician, maybe? I'm not sure you want to do that. His like little walk.
But a few moments from now, this gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
I don't know if he... He is so excited. I don't think he tested this. So... super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, because for some reason we can't say the word teleportation. I mean, what fun would it be if we only use one word to describe it? It's more fun when you elaborate. Runo, are you listening? Oh, sorry. What was that, Iris? What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast? No, that's not it at all. What were we talking about again? today's paper. It's full of news about the Great Exhibition again. Ah, yes, the Great Exhibition. I'd like to go sometime. You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Hurley? It wouldn't be Herlock without some drama. Did you say something, Iris? Oh gosh, you're even more down. I forgot I changed his outfit too. He's got like the cat outfit. But he's too sad to wear the mask, I guess. When did you arrive, Mr. Naruto? I've been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I thought you might have known I was here. You know, because breakfast? Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much so that I didn't notice your presence. Thanks. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. What? Oh, you looked it up. The word teleportation was already coined during the time period of these games. There's literally no reason not to use it. But this game, if we know anything from, oh, what was his name? Mr. Natsume? He loves to, like, use so many words to describe something. They probably just wanted to be all fancy. Also, I'm looking at the sound. I think everything's good. Let me know if it's not. But yeah, it looks good to me. Let's see. Yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning with all its unruly spikes. Clearly, it can be deduced, therefore, that... let me stop you there, Mr. Sholmes, because I think I can see where this is going. My hair always looks like this. It always has. Ever since we first met, in fact. Oh, really? How interesting. It just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. Thanks again. It crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now. Since 6 months? Since I was forbidden from working in court. So I've been wondering how much longer I'm gonna be banned. Oh, well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Hurley? I'm trying to remember, why was he banned? Because the last case he would have done was... Oh my goodness. The one with the guy who killed the other guy. I don't remember their names. The guy who killed the pawn shop owner. The pawnbroker shop owner. But why would I be banned? The spy? I need a refresher. Oh my goodness, I can't remember. Isn't just Mr. Natsume calling it that? That's the official name of it. Oh, it isn't just him calling it that. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he killed the pawn shop owner to get the disc. Yeah. But why were we banned? Because I remember the disc had all these names on it. We figured out who did it. Or maybe, if they'll explain it, I'll just continue, because I don't remember. He leaked government secrets in court. So that's why we're banned. Right. I remember the government secrets, but I don't know why. I don't remember them saying that we were banned. Oh, right. Because oh, yeah. So Gregson was trying to prevent us from playing the discs. Right. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Back to moping. The government secrets. Interesting. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? He seems even more down in the dumps than me. I know. And the Great Exhibition has opened. You'd think he'd be excited. Oh, why don't we all go to see it together? I want to, of course I do, but I can't. Not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective after all. So you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from, is that it? I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case, Hurley. I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. Event 6 months ago. Half a year ago now, I took on the defense of a young girl in trial heard at the Old Bailey. What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place at a London pawnbrokery turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable yet at the same time unforgivable mistake. Okay, so they do explain it. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. He ordered the discs to be played in court to force out the confession. Since they played the discs, government secrets were leaked. Yes. Okay. Oh, so sorry. I did not mean to punch my mic. Mr. Naruto? Yes, my lord? I would decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I had to spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing. You have, haven't you, Bruno? Reading all those big fat tomes about British law up in your room, and the notes about Sholmes' old cases. Brewing Iris's special blends of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. You've become something of a manservant around here. Start on the silverware next, Master Naruto. Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider. Specifically, Lord Strongheart at the British Supreme Court on Whitehall. Lord Strongheart? Ah, the delightful Lord Chief Justice. Not my favorite fellow. Oh, true. He still hasn't gotten his, certification yet. I don't know how we get by. And oh, Susato, that's her name. Susato is still in Japan, I assume. So it's not as fun when she's not here, but I hope she'll be back. He's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could. Yeah, he was certified. Yes, I remember that. Oh yeah, Susato's busy with Ray right now. She can't come back to England. She should come back to England and then put Ray in a suitcase and just make sure she doesn't die on the boat, and then we'll be good. Alright, the Great Exhibition. The OTP. I mean, who do you guys like better? Susato and Ray, or Rinosuke and Kazuma? Because I can't choose. Yeah, I shouldn't have brought up Kazuma. We're all gonna cry. Oh, Kazuma. The whole of London has been swept up in this Great Exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of art, and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things and the world will be watching. I didn't know this thing was going to be 6 months. Oh, do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons. Me too. Look down on? Do you mean those things fly? Yes, of course. They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air. But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense. I can't understand it at all. That's true of a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first. But in 100 years' time, all these things will just be common knowledge. Oh, you don't like heights? I don't like heights either, But I would love to try a hot air balloon just once. And I know I'd be really nervous, but I think it would be really, really fun. Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on the open experimentation stage yesterday, apparently. There was a huge explosion. Still, I wish I'd seen it though. I'd love to see how bad some of these scam experiments really are. Says the innocent 10-year-old girl. See here, every page of this paper carries some article or another about the great exhibition. I have to say it properly. Yes, for science. But the brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. Okay, okay. Whatever you say. Shadows cast behind? Is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? Let's see. The Reaper attacked? Ruffians aim to intimidate a man of justice. Lord Van Zieks and compatriot cornered. Tell me more. Lost cat. Okay, the lost cat, that is much more important than Lord Van Zieks. We need to find this cat. Oh, there's something in here too about the St. Bartholomew's Hospital. I can't read anything else. Other than this rather gloomy looking one, that is. Wait, what? What's the matter right now? The Reaper attacked. I can't tell if he's the guy on the left or the right. That's Lord Van Zieks. This must be what Mr. Sholmes was talking about. Does he know anymore? I wonder. Or maybe those are the attackers. Okay. First test of matter transport device. Crystal Tower. Okay. Public experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. We must all go to see it properly before too long. Cool. Oh, tell us more about that later. Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Mr. Sholmes? You could say that, I suppose. Nothing more to add? That's not like you. Oh. Quiet, Mr. Naruto. We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening. You're acting very strangely, Hurley. What do you mean, Iris? Well, usually. The more mysterious and complicated a case is, the better Hurley's mood. Ah. Is it really a case that's bothering you? Iris, please, you mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. Remember what I always say. Put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making the deductions. You say that, do you? You, Mr. Sholmes? He is acting very suspicious. Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene. I didn't make a cup of tea before stream. I really should have. That would be nice to have. That would be very nice. That was a deep sigh. Alright, tell me more about that. It says in the paper that Lord Van Zieks was attacked. That's terrible. You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes, Prosecutor Barak Van Zieks. They say that if the Reaper is the prosecutor in a case, there's no salvation for whoever's in the dock. Except when I'm the lawyer for the defendant. Even if the defendant is not found guilty. Or is found not guilty. I will never forget my reaction to this scene. I was like, what is happening? Once the Reaper has someone in his sights, one way or another, that person's time left on this earth will be short. But we've had Mr. Soseki Natsume in court twice, and he's still alive in Japan. He's kind of thriving, as far as I know. London's finest rogues always find ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. But even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruto? Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among their fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital is a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, do you mean Lord Van Zieks has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time? He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. He doesn't take these attacks lying down. Although, it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time. Oh my goodness, is he alright then? Is Lord Van Zieks hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know? Well, in the article here it says, as to what of Lord Van Zieks and his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow morning's edition. Ah, I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then. No, I can't wait until tomorrow. In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody in the know. But who? Lord Strongheart, perhaps? Well, I must be leaving now. Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Sholmes. Ha, you really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow. What? You seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you would be wasting your time. The thought hadn't crossed my mind, but now I'm wondering where you're going. I want to know too. Well then, see you later indeed. Follow him. Follow him. Listen to him, he's still laughing on his way out of the door. What is she wearing? Alright then, Runo, let's get going. Oh, Iris, what are you wearing? I've got changed into the, to go to the Great Exhibition. You're gonna take me. What? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court. Oh, that sounds fun too. You're going to take me there then. Alright, fine. Just lower that weapon, would you? Of course, and after the Supreme Court, then we'll go to the Great Exhibition. I don't really want to examine anything. I don't see anything super new. So I think I'll just... Oh. No? Oh my goodness. Yeah, right? Iris is... Don't mess with her. Is it options? No, I just did that. Back. That's all. Okay. A 10-year-old with a weapon? But I'm not surprised. Alright. So this is the British Supreme Court. It kind of, the big clock reminded me of the Crystal Tower thing, but it's not the same. I don't think it is. It's been about 6 months now since I was last here, but some things never change, like the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. Doesn't Doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all, though. She's happily reading over there. Oh, I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here. Of course, I was forgetting that you've been here before. The time we came here 6 months ago. Right. When Susato-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan. But her father never sent anything. So I don't trust Strongheart. I think he might have been trying to get rid of Susato. I understand you wish to speak with me. Oh, Lord Strongheart. I trust you've been keeping well? Let's see. Since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while. My apologies. Oh no, not at all. I like nothing more than standing around staring into space. I mean, I don't have a job, so I guess... Good to know. Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Mayo Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. You need only savor the air for a moment in this grand office to understand his preeminent status. As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition in London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime, and furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium. Oh, I've not heard about that. Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. As we're hosting the nation, I have much to do. And it is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it. Well, it's nice to know where I stand. Okay, also, as a side note, I got Christian's old chair, and it's so nice. It's a Herman Miller. It was his old blue one, and I got him a new one. But yeah, very comfy. My posture has never been better. So, you wish to consult with me? Yeah, so technically it's not like comfy as in soft, because my old chair had a soft seat, but this one, it is comfy as in my back is forced to be straight, or not straight, but like forced to be in a healthy position, which is really good for my back. Okay. Ah, well, thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. But actually, there's something else playing on my mind as it happens. Bruno, just take a deep breath and come out with it. Or else I'll shoot you. Permission to work. I actually came here today to ask for your permission. Go on. 6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked, and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system. And I desperately want to have another go. Please permit me to enter the courtroom again. He's gonna be like, no. Mr. Naruto. Yes, here it comes. I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you are a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role. Well, that's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on this study tour, not me. It should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. Don't please, music! If that tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. Kazuma. Mr. Asagi was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him. Yeah, no one cry. No one cry. It's fine. It's fine. I know, Kazuma did not deserve that. I still think it was not an accident. But I think we'll find that out later. His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling? Ouch! The mission with which that young law student was charged, what do you suppose it really was? Everything is fine. It's fine. It is fine. Mission. Okay, I think he might be talking about when, in the last game, we played the discs and we found out Kazuma's name was on a disc. So either it might be a hit list because he's dead now, or he was supposed to be part of something that I don't know anything about. Never mind. I've read all the reports you submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions. Time will tell, for sure. I'm guessing it'll be in the last case. Probably not this one. Do you mean... As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain. Thank goodness. If he didn't, I don't know what we'd do in this episode. Thank you so much. That's wonderful news, Renault. In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope. I'll take anyone. Please tell me more. Don't sound desperate, though. You described it as a curious affair. Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday? Oh, no. Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see. How is it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think? Instantaneous kinesis? As in moving things with the click of the fingers? That's right. It's just so my herbal blends need a dash of devil may care. Whenever this serious accident was exactly, it's clearly captured Iris's imagination. It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage and a man lost his life. Hi, Darkly. Detective work Gomer. I thought you were at work too. How are you doing? I hope you've been well. It's been a while. I know I have talked to a bunch of you though in Christian's chat, but I haven't streamed in so long. A large explosion? A man died? In this game? No way. The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrain. He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow. Oh, you start work at 10 and it's only 7. Perfect. Got a couple hours. And yes, hello. On the charge of murder. Hold on. Oh. Okay, so they're blaming his experiment, which makes sense. What? Murder? If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him at the prison. There's very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation. Great exhibition, a scientific experiment gone wrong, and murder? I feel out of my depth before I've even started. We should go to the prison straight away then and try to meet with this German professor, don't you think? Definitely. Yes, one more thing about the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper. Oh, with Lord Van Zeeks. How? Let me guess, he's gonna take on the other side. All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. And next month, the largest and most important of them all will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium. It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it? Yes, exactly. London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. So it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it? Exactly. The future of policing. Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods. Oh dear, that's alarming. Exactly, it's extremely alarming. What about Sholmes? Sholmes has so many inventions. If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure. The numbers of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim. Okay. By way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail everyone now? Oh, how fascinating. Alright. It all began 15 years ago. I was... Oh, we don't get to hear it? This is amazing. I want to know. And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter, in the simplest of terms, of course. Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation division with Scotland Yard. That is my mission. Oh, right, yes, that's wonderful. Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be. Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now. Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful? I actually drifted off for the most part. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Okay, so I think I might have to present this to get him to talk about the Reaper. Oh, that reminds me, have you seen this? The reports of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition, of course. No, not that. The story on the back page. What story? Iris does not care. She's like, oh, tell me more. I'm not gonna listen. I'm gonna read. The Reaper attacked. Ah, that. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not? Sure have. Poor Mr. Reaper, what happened to him? He's honestly probably Runo's new best friend. And if another best friend is killed, I can't play this game. He wasn't killed, was he? No. Just a scratch, I bet.
Toe beans, toe beans, toe beans, toe beans.
Hi Derek, thank you for the 16 months. Jeez, that's a long time. I think you're one of the longest subs here. Thank you so much. I was waiting to see how the text to speech was gonna read that out. Yeah, enjoy the cute cat emotes. Strong heart. Now here's the test on what you learned from listening to me. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine? That's the whole 4th case. You just have to remember everything he says. Okay. No need for concern. Lord Van Zieks would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you. It's because he's always got wine in his hand, so he can just dodge people with the bottle. But a flesh wound, exactly. Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know. Very well. If it interests you, I'll give you details in 120 different ways. It does, strangely. Tell me more. Fortunately, Lord Van Zieks emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter. But that's incredible. They were armed with guns. Oh, the ruffians had guns. I thought it was like he had protection with people who had guns. Why was he attacked though? Do we know? It's related to events that occurred a month ago. Okay. His evasion skills are over 9,000. A leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zieks. I'm trying to think if I know this. But the man was acquitted. I've no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes. Large sums of money? A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. No way. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday. Oh, okay. Oh, indicted. I don't know if I know that word. But you're not suggesting that it was the work of the Reaper, surely. The victim's henchmen certainly seem to think so. Oh! Okay. He was a man by the name... How do I pronounce this without saying ass man? Mr. Audi Asman? Did you say ass man? No. Its legal term means to formally charge with a crime. Okay, indicted. To formally charge with a crime. I probably have heard that, but I've never learned what it meant. Thank you. So that's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition. And the Reaper might have done it. Yes, known publicly as an investor. Wait a minute. In reality, the head of a significant criminal organization. Okay. I don't think this is the same man that's been in the other cases with the carriage. There was a guy, I think he was a banker, not an investor. It's another case of silly English. Where does the C? Oh yeah, true. C is silent. Okay, so I pronounced it how you probably should, and then... Gotcha. Okay, this is a different guy, yeah. Different names. I think I would have remembered Ass Man. I wonder, can I ask you something, Lord Strongheart? Try me. Try me. Why do you use Lord Van Zieks as a prosecutor? Does he have a crush on me? Is that why? All the criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom. And fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Van Zieks first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but it's very suspicious. And you're acting a little suspicious right now. I have Van Zieks work for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him. That doesn't make sense. How can you explain the way so many have died if not by someone's hand? Van Zieks may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer. But does he have people who might have done it? Yeah, if this was Among Us, we'd be voting Zieks off this ship. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. There's something we don't know yet. Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. Don't be late for that. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget. Yes, we did say Among Us. I haven't played Among Us in a long time. 11 hours late. That's quite something. That meeting had already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. So lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man. I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Oh yes, where would I find learned Benzeeks now? I haven't been here for 7 hours. I honestly thought it would be longer. I would assume he's at his office. Right, I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth. I want to see his office. Is it just going to be a wine cellar? Away with you now. I'm leaving Professor Hairbane's defense entirely in your hands. Yes, yes. 11 hours minus the 4 would make 7. Thank you very much, my lord. Okay. Okay, so we can go to prison, or we can go to see... I want to see Benzeeks. Okay, so not a wine cellar, but this place has his vibes for sure. Oh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office. Yeah, I don't know how we endured 7 hours of that. I could never. Yes, it appears so. Brr, it sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deathly atmosphere. Oh, is that... That hooded figure was so still, I hadn't noticed his or her presence. I wonder who it is. What are you doing here? Was that him? Where's the wine? It's there. It's like right here. You can see it. Oh, there's the wine. Oh no, I cannot read. He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Okay, doesn't he kind of look like he's related to Strongheart? Because they both have like the kind of like an X on their heads. I bet they're brothers or cousins. Maybe. And then Strongheart's actually the one doing all of the killing. That's why he wants to run the forensic stuff, so that he can make sure no one ever finds out he's doing it all. I think I figured it out. Are there barrels too? Oh, I'm glad to see you're well. I also love how he has so many bottles and then so many chalices, because he just breaks them all. He's like, I gotta have a stock ready to go. So, who's the person over by the wall being punished for something or other? No punishment is taking place here. Oh. Or that may be the person who's doing all of the killings. It's my apprentice. He's sitting there of his own free will. I didn't know he had an appetite. An appetite. Apprentice. Did he say apprentice and I read... I think I might be hungry. I didn't know he had an appetite. Oh my goodness. It must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper. He's very able in combat, a requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers? Pretty sure Strongheart would just order someone to do it. True. He doesn't have the time. He loves that watch too much that he's like, I can't look up from it. I can't kill anyone. But I can meet with someone to go over how they're gonna do it. I think you're right. I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming, that is, such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms. What if it's... oh my goodness. What is his name? What if it's Herlock? That would be, interesting. Oh, I did not want to do that. I want to look at the room. I love this. This is so cool. Also, he's got this on his desk. Oh, this must be the dead person. Ah. Okay, okay. Can I look at you? Show me your face. It really looks like a punishment to me. They're just sitting in the corner. Ah, these are the barrels. Yeah. Yep, yep. Never seen someone sitting like that before. He hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. Do you think perhaps he's dead? What if it's Rinosuke? Or not Rinosuke. What if it's Kazuma? If he was dead, Runo, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he? Well, anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's going to talk to us. He's not dead. Look at all those ancient casks lining the wall there. Casks in the Reaper's chamber? Or are they caskets? You don't think all those people who escaped conviction in court are lying inside them dead? That's dark. What ridiculous notions are going through your head, man? This is my collection of fine vintages. Would you care for a spot of deduction? Maybe that's why his deductions are always so off. Because he's actually just thinking of who he's gonna kill next. I don't know. Oh yes, of course. Thank you for clearing that up. Runo and I were just musing to ourselves. Don't mind us, Mr. Reaper. He's like, can you just leave? I wouldn't if you hadn't invited yourselves to my office to talk nonsense within my earshot. Okay, so we're just gonna continue talking nonsense if you don't mind. That portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? It's beautiful. It's a very majestic outfit and pose, but sadly, whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Banzik's facial features. Who would that be? Oh, maybe it's the person in the cloak. Yes, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think. Again, we're in earshot. Don't say that too loud. That reminds me. I heard Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him. How vain. That's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it? That portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious. Oh, and then who is it? I don't need to tell you. What? They're bats? What? They were bats? Yes, the Reaper's familiars, I expect. But what about the familiars? What about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was the familiar. Just not the flying kind. He must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper then. I think the familiar idea is more likely. Yeah, this is some spooky, spooky stuff. It's scary though, either way. I swear they weren't there before until I looked at the portrait. I want to go back here. What is that? Okay. Let's take a look at this. Oh look, it's a scale model of the Great Exhibition Showground. That's amazing. I wonder why it's here. Perhaps he made it to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person. Or perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket. Surely it's obvious that I'm using it as an investigative aid. He's so mad at us, I love it. Oh, You have no business painting others as overly reserved. I really didn't think he'd overhear that. Maybe we should keep it quiet. So yeah, it looks like this is where the person died. But is it the person who is being teleported? I don't know. We don't know yet. Chess. Lord Renzeek's desk looks, it's so stylish. And that's a marble chess set beside it. Chess. That's the Western version of our Japanese shogi? Isn't it? You know, I'm actually quite good at shogi problems. Oh, really? You'd probably like chess problems in that case. Oh, true. We've never seen him walk past a mirror. And he's been painted. But no photographs. I've never heard of shogi. Maybe I'll look it up. Give me a second. Ah, interesting. So it looks a lot like chess. Ooh. It looks a bit more complex though. Ah, cool. That's why I love these games. I learned so much. It is more complex, yeah. It looks like there's more pieces. Oh, we've never seen Van Zieks in the Sun. I don't think. Pieces have different promotions and you can replace lost pieces. Ooh. That is really cool. Oh, challenged Lord Van Zieks one time to a bout of shogi problems. Nice. If you only really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that on your own at home. Why don't I play with you, Iris? I can play chess with her. Oh, he was attacked at night. True. True. And he has a cape. He's very pale. It's all coming together. Look at that fine collection of hollowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up there. My hollowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. Or the blood of your victims. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world. And yet you throw them around in court like they were worthless. True. Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes. I love it. Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work You can't blame me, you're the one throwing it. So it's my fault? Silly me. How could I ever thought otherwise? Okay, we can go back to talking to him now. Yeah, I think I could be a vampire. 8 piece of lemon pepper chicken wings. 20? That's more than double. Nice. That's so nice. I love it when that happens. It's always the best. That's the curse of the Reaper. He kills the defendant and bottles their blood. There's a contradiction? What is the contradiction? Lord Strongheart said that the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack. True. Carried out by henchmen of Audi. Oh, is it Odie? O'Day? O'Dai? I've never seen that name. Odie Yasmin's criminal organization. The investigation meant their arrests were imminent. Presumably some hoped to kill me before that happened. Odie Yasmin. He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor. But his enormous wealth came to him by underhand means, via his criminal activities. And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Why did the criminals attack him with guns? You can't kill a vampire with a gun. True. So even more proof that he could be a vampire. Maybe they did shoot him, but he came out unscathed. True, true, true. Yeah, apparently he paid the jury to give him a sentence of not guilty. So Odie as Assman is the guy who has died in the current case that we're working on. But we're talking about in a previous case, he was found, or he was accused of something. Yeah. Yeah. It is odious. Odie is odious. Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper. But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances, it was a most unusual cause of death. I know about that. It was super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. I don't think it is. Mr. Osmond died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion. Correct. But how did he die? And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen? Do you? Well, no. That does seem a little far-fetched. If this man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death at least. It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Runa? Arousing or deserving hatred and, oh, a strong dislike. Do you think that's why they named him Odie? Maybe there's a connection. I mean, what with you taking on the professor's defense for the trial tomorrow? What? You're going to be defending him? Also, Odie and Odious reminds me of when, I don't remember who, but someone mentioned Ray in that one case. Was Ray Member Me? Like, remember me? They have a lot of name puns in this game. Oh yes, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. Albert. Albert Hairbrain. That's right. Do you know him by any chance? Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together. You're... what? Tell me more. I'd understood that Professor Hairbrain was from Germany, though. Hairbrain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all. So you were students together? I was in the Faculty of Law, of course, and he in Science, so our paths rarely crossed. But curiously, we got along, though I've not met him since my university days. Basically, they're saying that he is a very hated man. Yeah. I'm curious to see what we learn more about Odie. Interesting. I do like the name pun. That's really cool. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you of all people representing him. He's so angry, I love it. Only if I make it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems. Yes, I know. Because the prosecution will be handled by me. Of course. Why else would you have a display of the situation in your office? By you? But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends. We are friends. It's true. Then why would you do this? If the Reaper is the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed. What's Lord Menzies thinking? What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean... I'm a crown prosecutor and a mortal like any other. I'm no demigod. But they've all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted, I mean. Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal. Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who without question deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them? Dang. Hi Fred, I'm gonna prosecute you and send you to the gallows. You understand, right? Nice catching up with you. Anyone who says I'm a normal mortal is clearly not true. Why would you even say that? We're on to him. Interesting. But that's not true of Mr. Natsume. Exactly. He wasn't a vile wretch at all. Nor was Ginny. In fact, she's ever so hardworking now. Oh, is she? And they're not dead. I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. But the point is this. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently die in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hand of their own kind. It's not my work. I believe him. Lord Strongheart said the same. He believes you're not involved in any way. But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true. She works for Scotland Yard. Oh, does she? I did not remember that. Oh, that's so nice. Or is she actually bad and that's not a good thing? Because I'm pretty sure she is also the... Was it the Russian dancer or something? I still don't know. I think she is. But I'm not sure. The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper at the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. Oh. It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. Do you mean to say... I mean to say that if my Posodium serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor. But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed. Rinosuke is so cute. He's so worried. If that is my fate, let God decide. Lord Benzeeks. Let's keep chatting. I'm enjoying this. I guess I can try to show him this. Oh. Lord Van Zeeks, about the article in this paper. Yes. It seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. I knew I said that wrong. Sidonium. I knew I said that wrong. I don't even know what it means. Oh. I had no idea I'd been photographed. It was careless of me. It also doesn't really look like him. I guess it does, like the hair. Did I say it wrong again? Pseudonym. Oh, pseudonym. Oh my goodness. I'm so embarrassed. You guys didn't hear that? Nobody heard that. Okay, okay. Oh my goodness. I have heard that word before. Yeah, there you go. Nothing happened. It looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though. It is a very tricky word. Christian and I went to a restaurant today. I won't say the name because I don't want to dox us. But I keep pronouncing it wrong. And poor Christian, like I say it differently every time. And poor Christian, every time I say it, he's like, no, that's not it. Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them. But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. Show your face. Show your face. I feel like it might be a woman? No. Maybe not. Would it be someone we know? I don't know. Yes, words are very hard. As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Time will tell. Welcome to Del Taco. We got free Shavakadu. Is that my energy? Do I give Shavakadu energy? I know what you're quoting, by the way. I love vines. I was gonna say, is Del Taco a real place? But I forgot that the US exists. I assume they sell tacos there. You know, okay, we were in the US, what, 2 weeks ago? And we passed by a Chili's. So I was asking Christian's brother-in-law what they serve at Chili's. And I was like, is it Mexican food? And he said no. And then I was like, well, is it like all spicy food? And he was like, no, it's not Mexican. And I'm like, no, but is it like spicy food? He's like, no, it's not Mexican. I'm like, but why is there a chili? What do they serve? And I think he said it was just like American food, like burgers and stuff. I didn't. I thought it'd be like spicy food. Because it didn't even say the word chilies. It was just a chili pepper. Oh, nothing special. Burgers and steaks? Why is it called Chili's? I would have walked in there expecting like hot sauce everything. You don't know either what they serve. Okay, it's not just me. Anyways. Yeah, I have not been to the US enough to learn every restaurant. Although, in Canada one time, I was so excited because I thought I saw an In-N-Out. I've never been to In-N-Out, but I've seen a lot of people love their burgers. But unfortunately, what I saw was an In-N-Out convenience store. But they made their logo look like the burger place. I can't believe anyone would do that. Alright, tell us more about your sidekick. Robin to your Batman. He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose. Yeah, I think those In-N-Out burgers are West Coast? Or is it also East Coast? I think someone said like LA, maybe? Mostly West, yeah. Okay. One day, I really want to go to San Francisco. Maybe I'll go to In-N-Out Burger there. They're starting to come east, okay. I'm trying to think. I might actually be out west later this year in the States. So maybe I'll get my first try at an In-N-Out Burger. Maybe. Hold on, I missed what was said. Oh, okay, yeah. Like when I am to Harley. I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective. Who is it? He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask. On Lord Strongheart's orders. Nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity. But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual? Yeah, okay. One of my Canadian friends was telling me how shocked they were by the portion sizes here in the US compared to Canada. I feel like Canada even has sometimes a bit larger portions. But yeah, compared to the US, Canada sizes are small. But compared to Canada, Europe has really tiny portions. But yeah, the US, like, everyone every US person I know who's come to Canada, they're like, I'm still hungry and I paid so much for food. But honestly, it was a little concerning. So we went to like kind of the middle of nowhere in one state, and it was like a smaller town. And we were so shocked. Not shocked by like how much the people there weighed, but more so shocked at the fact that there were no sidewalks. Yeah, the portions are huge, and also I find like the food in the US is just so greasy and like so heavy. Oh my goodness. But we weren't even in Texas. Like, we were in a different state. I don't know if I'll say what state, but there were no sidewalks. So like, if we parked at a restaurant and we're like, oh, we just want to like walk over the street to grab like something at the gas station, you literally couldn't. There were no sidewalks, and then there were no crossing lights for walkers. And then we asked the American with us, and he's like, yeah, no, like someone would just drive across. And I cannot even imagine that. That's so weird to me. Anyways. Yeah, it was like being in a whole new world. Oh, and then no, I won't even continue. There was a lot. Yeah. So it's a little nice to be back home. A little nice. Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There will be a good reason for his actions. Okay, no offense taken. I'm not trying to be offensive. I hope. I was just very baffled. Very baffled. This country makes sense. Yeah, it's just because, I mean, like... Okay, yeah, you are being sarcastic. Because I'm so used to just walking everywhere. It's just like, whoa. And like, I don't think I even saw buses too. Went to a restaurant once that had a challenge called the Belly Buster. It was a massive burger the size of the plate. If you finished it in one sitting, it was free. Oh, you got your picture? Did anyone succeed? I had a burger today that was like this big, and I almost finished it, but we have restaurants here that have those types of challenges, but you don't see them that much. I know I feel like I've been to at least a couple here. Yeah. But yeah, it's just interesting. And Canada is like not that far from the States, but once you cross the border, it's like you can tell you're in a different country. It's interesting. Oh, okay. Oh. Do you know who this looks like? That jaw reminds me. Reminds me of Herlock's jaw. I'm just speculating. We had to somewhere to be, so I didn't have the time to challenge it, even if I wanted to. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think I would ever do one of those challenges. I know I cannot eat a burger the size of a plate. My goodness. Yeah, he is standing here. Very scary. The glowing eye is a little creepy. My guess is that it's Herlock. No, maybe not. Maybe, I don't know. Oh, huge cinnamon rolls. Oh, that sounds so good. So good. The task is complete? Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs. It's so scary. Nice to meet you. Okay, goodbye. Back to work again. I mean, Herlock said he was going somewhere. The big fucking roll. That's amazing. What would you like to have? The big fucking roll. I've never met the man before. I didn't even know he existed. And yet, somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. I'm trying to think who else it could be. Herlock? Trying to think if anyone on any jury has kind of had that jaw. No, I'm guessing it's Herlock. That's just Bagel, the big fucking roll. That's what I'll call him the next time he's in a croissant shape. The big fucking roll. Actually, I'm surprised Bagel is not yelling at the door right now. Because before I streamed, he would not leave me alone. Him and Cece have been cuddling together all day. Oh, okay, they abbreviated it. That's amazing. Now I want one. Oh, I love cinnamon rolls. I love them. And Christian likes them too. Sometimes we get cinnamon. Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it. Oh, I see. Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway? 'Cause we're nosy. Oh no, I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to. The way he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture. It couldn't be. No. It couldn't be. No. I'm thinking, could it be Kazuma? I don't know. I don't think so. It looks like they have similar jaws. Anyways. Does Rinosuke have the hots for that dude or something? Probably. Kazuma's dead, and Rinosuke maybe has moved on. And it's Pride Month, so it's okay. He can be with whoever he wants. I think he's got the hots for Van Zieks. Because we've got this whole love-hate relationship going on. With that flawless posturing, casual attitude. Sharp jawline. Yes. Maybe he does. And I'm here for it if he does. Yes, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Oh, what's that? Will you get out of my house? No. That man, is he faring well? Sorry? The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago with the stoop and the mustache and the jitters? Ah, Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yeah, he's rich now? I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list. The list? What? Was he on the list of people in the disc? He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day. I see. Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend it investigating the case. Yes, thank you for the advice, and for the conversation. I can't believe he's asking after Soseki-san. I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried. I'm a little worried. He does have the worst luck, poor guy. I never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist. Did you? I think it makes perfect sense. That's a turn up for the books. Mad scientist. Ah, you mean Professor Harebrain. Yes, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van Zeeks, I think. Okay. I think we asked everything, yeah. He looks so angry at us. Prison. Yeah, we'll go to prison. Let's figure out what's this guy's alibi. Perhaps he needs the scientist to survive as a vampire. True. Probably. The warden said cell 11. That's this one. Oh, there's someone curled up in a ball in the back corner. Look. What's his name again? Professor Albert Harebrain, wasn't it? Excuse me, Professor Harebrain. Who are you? I'm Ryunosuke Naruto. I'm a defense lawyer. A lawyer? Was it something I said? A lawyer, you say? Would you be here about the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis? Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't... Yesterday's demonstration. That magnificent demonstration was... It was an out-and-out success by anyone's calculation. But despite that, no one listens. No lawyer believes in the science. When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity. Now's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while too. I like this music. He does not care that a man died. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday. The papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he? Yes, you could interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense, the experiment was a failure, but at the same time, it was a great success. Don't say that in court. You've lost me. I saw it with my own eyes. Right there in front of me, Mr. Assman was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis. However, the machine exploded and Mr. Assman in fact perished? Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure. So what you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Assman was an accident, correct? But the bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder. I was responsible for a man's death. That is the immutable truth here. And for that I wish to be punished at once. But... murder? Never in a million years. It was an accident. Simply an accident. I see. Hurley and I were talking this morning, you know. He said that the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder. How exactly? Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody. On what grounds? Yes. It's newly established here in Britain. The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. That one passed me by. But if the case is treated as murder, then they'll say my machine was the murder weapon, and they'll be able to pour over it as much as they like. If they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis will be stolen. The machine must be protected from that at all costs. That's why it's imperative that this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial. Ah, I see now. Oh, I gotta message Christian 1 sec. Oh. Okay. When I skim instantaneous kinesis, I think it says instantaneous kiss. That's how he died, a kiss. So in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday. Yes, or rather no. The devil's in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion. Sounds the same to me. You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating. Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible, using a sufficiently high voltage to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see. That's my amazing hypothesis. Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science. Oh, but dare to imagine it. Dare to dream of such incredible technology. Yeah, his name's Hairbrain. Wait, why is that funny? Am I missing something? Oh, is it because he's got big hair and it's like representing his brain? Is that it? I didn't catch that at first. Just think, one moment I could be here in this cell, and the next I could be at the Great Exhibition again. Well, yes, that would be incredible. And the next, in the mere blink of an eye, I could be at a great Parisian theater, say. The possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet could be within reach. So no more hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days? I don't really see it like that. What do you mean, Iris? Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, wouldn't it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk. Oh, is that a term? I had never heard that before. Hairbrain. Ah, someone who's foolish. I did not know that. Oh, that's so cool. What are the implications? What does this mean? Oops. I got Professor Bunnybrain really worried by the look of it. Clearly this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that's always the fly in the ointment. If it's an accident, the most you would get is involuntary manslaughter, and would probably get sued for wrongful death by the victim's family. Yeah, so it still sounds like either way, this guy is fucked. Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have. That's exactly it, yes. Hurley's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science. Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor, Mr. Asman, the victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? Okay. The Reaper's varsity years? I almost said varsity tears. I understand Lord Van Zeeks is a friend of yours from your university days. Yes, that's right. He was studying law whilst I was studying science. What was he like back then? A good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, an all-around nice fellow, really. Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor, Barak Van Zeeks. What was he like when he was at university? Talk about a leading question, Bruno. As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zieks family, with all its great aristocrat origins. I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood. Little darling? It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less. Yes, that's right. I did hear, though, there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. Really? What sort of event? Tell me. I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time. I was in Germany already. Oh, yes, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zieks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. Oh, so we wouldn't get much jail time. The most damage would be the millions in settlement money? Ah, okay. Still, that sucks. But he did kill someone. Supposedly. That may be up for debate. I don't know. The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odi Yasmin, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man? He first visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thanked my lucky stars. He'd be in trouble, but not life in prison. Okay. I mean, that makes sense, because I don't think this guy could murder a fly, but I don't know him. I don't know. We'll see. I see. So you hadn't really known each other until then. Money for scientific research. I'm so envious. As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel. Oh, really? An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition. And if that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Asman provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specifications. Yeah, true. That does sound like a great option aside from dying. But then your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion. As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Asman. I would never, ever have thought of taking a man's life. Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. He reminds me of a Pokemon professor. I think it's a little bit of hair coming out. So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying? You had no intent to harm the victim, who is in fact the sole investor in your work. Is that correct? As correct as 2 squared is 4, I swear it. Yes, it's true that the man perished in a machine of my invention. So I know that I'm far from blameless in all this, but still, I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life. Not in a centillion years. Yeah, as far as we know, he has no motive. I'm a man of science. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that, all my life. I'm afraid I don't know much about science, or your theories, or you. But I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of the law. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. We're both like, please believe me, please believe me. When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. Thank you for that, Professor. And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court. You're welcome. Alright, Rudo, it's time. Time to visit the Great Exhibition. Sorry? Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it? Yes, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last. Okay, bye. Let's go. He blinded me with science. Ugh. The showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I felt myself swooning 3 times. There are a lot of people, aren't there? I've almost been trodden on 3 times, too. Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. We finally made it through the throngs, though, by the look of it. Here we are underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. Oh. What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. It sounds like an argument. Oh, our 2 favorites. Right, I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you, I'll arrest you in a minute. Oh yeah? Go on then, Spectre. Give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence and you know it. Wait, I know those voices. You got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady, but a night in the cells will teach you some manners. Just try it, I dare you, if you want that bag of chips rammed down your throat. I love them. Yoo-hoo! Rexy, what are you doing up there? Christian, you did not hear that. Ah! Ah! It's you, here. You're here. Here you are. You here. Your ladyship. How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship. Does that make her 3 times the lady? Oh, there's something in the bottom right corner that fell off. I don't know what that is. It's varsity. I'm not well at all. I'm far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue. Unbelievable. I'll go and have a word for you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying as high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you. Here for the cinnamon rolls? The big fucking roll. Tobias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty. Oh, just like me? Is it for the same reason? It's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely. Or there should be. Watch it, sunshine. Sorry. What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case. Yeah, I'm acting for the defense. So we're here to investigate. Dear me, that's the situation, is it? Yeah, sure, in the 4th wall break. Is it really that troubling? Measly 5 bob? Is that all you got? You're a lawyer, ain't ya? You can stand to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets? She just stole my money? That's my last bit of spending money. You can't have it back, but I'll have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob. This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket or a diver born and bred in the East End of London. I never got robbed in my hometown. My brother did, but not me. Because I looked so tough, no robber would want to come up to me. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago. This is the young girl I was defending in court. What's your problem, eh? Diver, pickpocket? What's with all the name calling? You want a bag of chips ran down your throat and all to ya? I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you'd been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. That ain't no way to talk to a lady. After a year's... Oh, half a year's a long time. People can change. So, Gregson, how does it feel knowing that a 10-year-old girl has you by the balls? True. Poor guy. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective. So you have to call me when everyone else does. Oh, she has a badge. It's Inspector Lestrade now. Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely. Oh, homemade, surely. The inspector part is isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us. What's that supposed to mean? Show them the badge. Right. Well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, alright? Right, sir. This raises a lot of questions. Okay. I feel like I need some water before I go through all this, so I'm gonna be right back. I don't have a cup here, so I have to go downstairs to get one. Okay, I'll be quick. Okay, I'm back. Whew. Alright, chat now. Yeah, as soon as I opened the door, Bagel is not outside the door, but Cece is so funny. Every time I open it, I hear little paws trotting down, and then she was there, and then Bagel was at the bottom of the stairs, and he looked up at me like, "Is that you, mother?" Like he just woke up from a nap. But yeah, oh. I wish I could let them in here, but they just cause so much trouble, and then I can never play the game that I want. Yeah, I needed some water after talking for 2 hours straight. Okay, let's talk to Gina. It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina in connection with a case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder. Oh. Hold on, I think I also need some chapstick. Had a lot of time to think in prison. I realized I couldn't go on like I was. The diving weren't working out. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Ginny. Well done. So you went from being a pickpocket to a detective? You got it. Good, innit? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, eh? Talk about a sea change. And then there's Iris's old man to think about. Iris's father, you mean? Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him. Just a small promise, then. Nothing serious. Oh, Ginny, you're so sweet. Except we know that her dad is dead. My cat jumps up on my bed and brushes up against me. If I don't, he'll try to knock the controller out of my hands. I don't think Bagel's ever done that, but I know when Bagel wants attention, and Cece, they just yell at me. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Or you might hear them soon. They might yell outside the door. Oops, I missed something. That's how come I had to go at the test. The test for Scotland Yard. Only trouble is I don't read so well, do I? Just a small problem. Nothing serious. And that's when Hurley approached Gregsy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Jenny and made her a sort of apprentice. That was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson and brave. Gina reformed. Speaking of cats, my friend found one on her front lawn. Oh! Tries rizzing up female cats. Oh no. Those stray cats are something else. I feel like if Bagel was a street cat, he would have no riz. I don't know. I don't think he would. There's apparently 2 of them. She met someone named them Gorfield and Gurfield. I don't know if I said that right. I don't know how to pronounce the double dot ones. But that's cute. I assume they're orange cats. Oh. Now I want to let the cats in. But I won't. It's not gonna end well. You know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants. So do you, Iris. The great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words. So, the long and short of it is you've got questions about the case. You can ask Inspector Lestrade. Right then, Inspector? Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there? Oh, what, Runa, what? Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty, and yet she is still alive. Come on, you're not still on about that, are you? The Legend of the Reaper or whatever it's called? Or you don't have to worry. If I didn't have worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left. It's like I told you before, isn't it? The Reaper's kind of like him upstairs. So he knows he knows what I'm like on the inside. That I ain't really done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong might be stretching a point. You literally stole from me. They're orange and stupid, oh no. The Riz King. When my kid wants attention, he wants it. I know, Bagel can be so demanding. And he'll do anything to get my attention. It's always at I think at noon, he takes a nap. And then around anytime between 2 or 5, he'll wake up and he wants attention and then he wants to go eat. But if I don't give him the attention first, he won't eat. So if I'm upstairs and the food's downstairs, he will just keep headbutting me until I go downstairs and he eats his food. She's on the side of justice, so maybe she was spared. true. Although I still think there's something else we don't know about her. Maybe. What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he? Yeah, you cannot look that man in the eye and think that he killed someone. Oh, he does. He does want me to share a meal with him. If you... Okay, something cute. Not sharing food, but sharing toys. Cece, when my friends were over, we were watching a movie. And Cece was, like, playful, but I wanted to watch the movie. So I grabbed a toy spring and I just threw it down the hallway. And she was playing with it. And then she comes back with the spring in her mouth and she put it down in front of me like a dog playing fetch. So then I threw it back and she didn't bring it back. But then after a couple more times, she brought it back to me in her mouth. That was so cute. I love Cece. Bagel would never do that. Exactly. So I ain't worried. I'm totally fine. Alright, yesterday's incident. Core, it was out of this world, it was. The brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine, and suddenly it started blowing smoke. Then it just went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment here yet. Sorry? You mean you saw it, Ginny, with your own eyes? Yeah, of course. The boss is in charge here, ain't he? Of keeping everything running smooth, I mean. The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. That's gonna take some getting used to. So all I have to say is that I'm on duty and I can do whatever I want to. Get this, I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching it from above. No, you're so lucky, Ginny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in his place already, right, Iris? You have no trouble at all. She looked with her special eyes? Wait, special eyes? Do you mean from the balloon? Special eyes. Then it's settled. When do I start? No. You can't join Scotland Yard, Iris. You're 10. We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine exploded so spectacularly, how can Professor Buddy Brains still be claiming that his experiment was a success? Okay, you were making a joke. It is 9:30 p.m. here, so I may be a little tired while reading the game and while reading chat. Alright, well, it was a success in a way. No, I shouldn't have taken a nap. I actually slept 12 hours last night with a 1-hour break. So 11 hours. I went to bed at 8 p.m. and I woke up at 8 a.m. I do not need a nap. But I think because I went to bed at 8 p.m. last night and now it's 9:30, my body's like, but 8 p.m. is bedtime, is it not? Okay, how is this successful? Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success. So like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a load of smoke and that open great bang. But where do you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the Crystal Tower over here. Over there. What, in the tower? It's a reference to 1-800-CONTACTS meme. I've never heard of that one. Oh. Yeah, I never heard that before. That's why I didn't get it. I thought you were making a Ace Attorney reference. It's true. I only know mine. I watch mine too much. You can see for yourself, can't you? Up there above the scaffold. Oh, where all the glass is broken, you mean? Yeah, the cage what the victim got in to start with really did get beamed through the air or whatever and landed all the way over there. So you see, it did kind of work, didn't it? What? I don't believe it. I mean, I don't get the ins and out of it, but anything's possible, right? With science. Oh, I tell you what, you can have this. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up at the yard. Are you sure? Yeah, go on. I had 3 bobs off you before, so fair is fair. Yes, I didn't actually give that to you, did I? Ooh, okay. I want to look at the sketch. Okay. Okay. Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange. For what it's worth anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us. Yes, naughty old Gregson ran off after with that without explaining himself. Alright, that. The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine that blew up yesterday. Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant. In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations? Nah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate neither. Why? What did the boss call him again? The Forensic Investigation Team, I think? Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. A bit funny, isn't it? So even Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate? Yes, I've never heard something like that before. I thought I could have a gander on the quiet though, but the boss caught me at it. You probably heard him give me an earful about it before from down here, didn't you? It's not bleeding fair. I think you were giving him as much as an earful back, as I remember it. Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips that make him so stubborn. You say something to him? Or you say something to him. Go on, see if you can get through to him. He's up on the platform above us, isn't he? Where the machine that exploded is. We can try, can't we, Bruno? Gregsy will listen to us. If we threaten him with a little gun. I want to see what this is. Ah, it looks as though somebody dropped something behind the tree just here. Dropped or hid? Is that a crossbow? What is this? Some part of the machine that exploded? Maybe. It could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps. What's going on here? Oh, nothing. I think I'll hang on to this just in case. A mysterious contraption has been entered. Okay. I just stole evidence. Okay. No one question it. Oh. There's some sort of lever here. It is a crossbow. What is this? Looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing too. Crossbow. Okay. Alright. The groove here. Must be where the arrows are loaded, I suppose. So I was right. It's a sort of bow with an automatic firing mechanism. I got that lawyer brain. This would be perfect for someone like me who catches his ear with the bowstring 2 times out of 3. I also have that D&D brain, and my D&D character always uses a crossbow. In fact, if I'd had one of these, maybe I could have beaten Kazuma. Oh. Kazuma. Looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back and create tension. You must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device then. In fact, I would imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. Oh, you too? But my character is not a bard. Mine is... I'm a sea elf ranger. Yeah, I like using the bows and crossbows because then I can be far away from the enemies. And I don't like using spells, so I like to just use my crossbow. Really had no idea what I was picking up when I spotted this at the exhibition grounds. I can't wait to go into court and then present the crossbow and I'll be like, oh, you actually had to examine that thing again? Okay, I think that's everything. What's this? Oh look, what's this? A ripped piece of cloth. It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before. It's very thick and stiff. It looks extremely durable. It's canvas, I think, with some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well. Maybe that means it had something to do with the explosion. Let's make a note of it while Ginny's mid-yawn. We're just taking everything, aren't we? Okay, but that somehow stayed. Oh. For some reason the ground is damaged in this spot. Look. Almost as if there was a fire here or something. Yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers too. Wait, and it takes 15 minutes? Yeah, I do. Oh, are you trying to find the contacts video? No worries, no worries. Yeah, the reason I take 15 minutes is because I have this, like, thing that I get for my first attack in every battle, where I get to attack twice. But I also like to use my one spell that gives me extra damage on every hit. So yeah. I'm basically carrying the rest of the team though. As long as I, you know, actually make a good roll. Planning ahead. I don't plan ahead though. I also like, I'm so scared of accidentally cheating in D&D that I don't wanna accidentally cheat. I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this. Okay. He spends most of his turns trying to seduce everything. True. I know, we were talking to our friends about how D&D takes so long, and Christian was like, it's because Annie's turns, and like, we take so long to do stuff, and I'm like, it's because you take so long seducing everyone. Oh, you're Gerudo! Let's go! I kind of want to watch you play the Gerudo part, but I'm pretty sure it'll be easy for you. Seduction is important. As a bard maid, I'm honor bound to be on the side of seduction. Oh, the bards. But Christian doesn't sing. You should sing at D&D. You got the video? Okay, you will have to either whisper it to me on Twitch, or I don't know if you're in the Discord, but you pop it in the Discord. I don't allow links in chat just because I've had random bots come in and put random links. Oh, we can grant permission! You're such a good mod! Okay, never mind, you can put it in chat. Oh, Christian, you're a better mod than I'll ever be. I didn't even know you could do that. I am budget, but that's what people come here for, right? Right? That's why you're here. No, it didn't work! Here. Maybe the time ran out. Baited, oh no. Alright, one more try maybe. Oh no! Christian, why doesn't it work? Alright, you just gotta send a whisper. Oh, the very next message. Alright. One more try. Oh no. I think I sent it too early. I sent it right as you sent a message. Oh, did I block links? For everyone? Okay, just whisper it. It's fine. Oh, it's not Nightbot. Okay. Oh, it's definitely not. Yeah. I haven't streamed in a long time. But yeah, I remember getting bots that would be like, click here to get more followers. Because I'm not a big streamer. Alright, I'll go through a bit more of this story. Why didn't you click there? We need to pay the mortgage. You spelled mortgage wrong. But I want the real followers. I don't want the bots. I don't want fake fans. Ah! Hi, Ryder.
Missed ya. Sorry, was at work.
Hey, I wasn't here. I haven't been here in a long time either. Thank you for the 5 months. It has been a while. No, I was telling everyone earlier that May and the beginning of June has been crazy for us. So, I've not been here in a while either. But yes, welcome back. The music in this game is so good. Oh, I got the whisper. Oh.
Your content.
Oh. Overly dramatic dramatization? Alright. Let me see if I can show this. Daily stream twice a day? Are you kidding me? No, no, no. Alright, let me see. What? Hold on. I'm having a budget streamer moment. Oh. Hold on. I can figure it out. This one. What? It's not letting me share. Ha! I did it. Okay. I did it. Okay. Hold on. How do I pause the game music? Alright, there we go. Oh, that took me too long. Okay. There's no islands above Gerudo? There are some. I think there's one, but it's like so high up. Yeah, okay.
Your contact lenses just arrived.
1-800-CONTACTS. They can't have my brand. I have special eyes.
Look with your special eyes.
My brand. Quality contact lenses. Call, click, and now at Walmart.
What?
Your contact lenses just arrived.
1-800-CONTACTS. They can't have my brand. I have special eyes.
Look with your special eyes.
My brand. Quality contact lenses. Call, click, and now at Walmart.
Now you want those, Christian? You want 1-800 contact lenses. Well, okay, now I know the meme. I know it now. I'm cultured now, right? Am I? I just love the bottom. Overly dramatic dramatization. I need to have that play as like subtitles under me when I'm being dramatic towards Christian. Oh. Alright. Anyways, let's get back to this case. I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back. So, okay. The Crystal Tower. It's certainly an apt name. Also, yay, I am more cultured. Thank you, thank you. It was built to be the focal point of the exhibition, and it definitely is, being so tall and with all that glass. I can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan. There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. But I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors. Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may well be the biggest draw. And thanks to that accident, the whole tower is shut. Suddenly, it's not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the Crystal Glass Shower. Apparently, everyone's taking to the skies now to look down on the disaster area from above instead. You're full of memes. That's perfect. You're in the right place. There's a 3-hour queue to go up in a balloon now. Londoners may be very patient people. They are known for their queues, aren't they? Okay, I think if... Oh! Oh, cool! That's where the cove ended up after his instant kinesis, or whatever they call it. Dead, of course. And yet they're calling the experiment a success? What's the wooden scaffold there for? The coppers, our lads, set that up after the incident happened. True, and for their tea and scones. When I lived in England, there was so much tea. Just like every hour, they're like, do you want tea? Do you want tea? You want tea? To get the body down, I think? Don't know really. Didn't you help to erect the scaffold then? Nah, lookout duty's more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for the fun stuff. Mind, Gregson doesn't hear you saying that, or he'll give you the boot. It's incredible though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? I don't know. Oh yeah, the balloons. Put a hat on. Oh my goodness. I have not seen that in a while. Oh no. This is the only hat I have near my... Are you guys ready? This is embarrassing. 1 second. My hat says lit, but I guess it's mirrored so you can't see. Looks like Till. I'll wear this for a little bit, although I cannot really hear the game through this. I have to turn it up. I thought I had another hat here. No. It's actually really comfy though. Then boot to the head. Oh, you upgraded the perp hat! Nice! I know where to go for that now, but I haven't gotten that yet. I know. I kind of like it without the sensor though. You're at 105. Oh yeah, Give the Cats a Treat is a good one. I wonder how much I made that. That's a good one, because I don't let them in this room anymore, and if you redeem that, then I'll have to let them in. At least for a little bit. And then I have to kick them out. But yeah, this is actually really comfy. Well, Christian was saying if he gets the sensor after getting so many shrines, then it'll help him find the ones he hasn't found. Which I honestly, I think I'm at like 30 shrines max. I've been really bad at shrines. I've been meaning to ask you for a while now. What are those funny round blobs floating in the sky? Oh, they're the flying balloons I've been talking about. I want to go up in one so much. I've read about situations like this in a magazine about strange phenomena. Creatures from outer space coming in around, flying objects to attack Earth. What? I suppose inhabitants of other planets are bound to be interested in the Great Exhibition. This is it, Iris. It's happening. It's not... Don't worry. I'll explain it all to you later over a nice cup of tea, Bruno. You just finished another one. You gotta calm down on the shrines. You got the final hand power? Oh yeah! Don't spoil though, Christian doesn't know what it is. I got it a couple of days ago. And yeah, I don't know if Christian will use it a lot or... Oh, you got it! Nice. Did you... I guess, yeah, after you get it, you see who was guarding it? My spirit animal was guarding it. These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. Yeah, he's really easy to kill. Gonna cook dinner. Okay, yeah, have a good night. I don't know how much longer I'll stream, so thanks for popping by. Enjoy your subs. Enjoy your emotes. I think I need to go to bed soon. Yeah, he was really easy to beat in... I almost said Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. But it was so funny. I saw that his name was Researcher and it didn't click that he was in the clan. So yeah. Okay, we have a lot to look at here. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up. Ooh, it must have been a magnificent explosion. And I've seen my fair share. You see things like this before, you mean? Of course, Hurley's always doing experiments that end in a bang. In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry. That might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs. One time he made something that exploded with such force it shook the roof off the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Bruno. It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof. Well, anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate. Look, Inspector Gregson is over there. He seems to be deep in thought about something, whilst eyeing up the machine carefully. I beat his ass and I'd do it again. So would I. Although, I know he says he's gonna go to another spot and I never did that. He just looks confused to me. She did say that nonchalantly. Okay. Oh. It ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it? Magnificently and mercilessly. So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air. Yes, beamed. Not blasted. That's the point. He is rethinking his life choices. He's like, oh, why didn't I take that other job? Why did I become a inspector? Is something like that even possible though, Iris? Oh, Bruno, I'm just a child. How should I know? A child when it suits you, you mean? From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull this... Don't touch that! That was practically instantaneous kinesis the way you flew over just now, Gregsy. Please, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here. So sorry. You can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it. I know. Iris definitely does decide when she wants to tell us things and when she doesn't want to. Wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful. It's just like old times, this is. We're representing Professor Harebrain in court tomorrow, Inspector. Who licensed it? Herself. True, 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 true. So we should be allowed to examine the scene. Ha, listen, sunshine. Even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. Is that blasted Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act to blame? It's driving me potty. Oh yes, that special dispensation. The professor mentioned that too. More red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government thinks it's playing at sometimes. But we're allowed to just look, aren't we? Eh? Surely that's alright, isn't it, Gregsy? Did she actually complete medical school? Because that's impressive. Of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. Please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you? Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Bruno? She really knows how to get what she wants. Alright, I don't want to talk to you yet. No, thank you. Oh. Is that all we can look at? Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Harebrain was lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think. Touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, you hear? I won't touch a thing, I promise, so please, spare a thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims? He asks, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, sunshine. If we're allowed to examine all this bleeding crap metal, maybe we could answer that question. Or scrap metal. But we can't, can we? Because of the annoying rules, you mean? Exactly, the annoying, obstructive, flaming rules. Oh, look at the base of the machine there. Oh yes, there's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh. Oh, it's a screwdriver, I think. Oh, isn't it a lovely one? The handle is in the shape of a capital letter A. It is? Oh yes, you're right. What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said. Touch anything, I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself. Yes, yes, I understand. Sorry. I only touched it a teeny weeny bit. But Gregsy, I'm very curious about this screwdriver. Really, very, very curious. No, you messed up your coffee? That's the worst. Of course, your ladyship. You're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spotting something like this. I'm pretty sure that screwdriver had blood on it. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it. But Bruno found it first. I assure you, I'll investigate it thoroughly. He's gone off with it. Huh, that was very mean, I'm afraid. Inspector Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now. Poor Gregsy. Aw man, now I can't talk to him. Oh, but now I can investigate without him yelling at me. That amazing horn-shaped device is pointing towards the crystal tower. I suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out of that thing to wherever they're going. I don't think it was supposed to shoot anything, Bruno. It was set up to beam people to the Crystal Tower when they'd be reconstructed in their original form. Well, I don't like the look of it. If it wasn't as amazing as it looks, the accident wouldn't have happened in the first place, of course. I suppose that's true, yes. Rip Gregson, oh no. But nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? More balloons? So those are people carrying balloons dangling silently in the skies over London. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly. But I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful floating Tamari handballs? I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Bruno, please. If I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try it. But without a cast iron guarantee that the thing won't plummet to the ground, I'm too scared. Oh well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground as long as it doesn't explode. Okay. Yes, call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little. Okay. What is that gigantic thing over there? It looks like an enormous water wheel? Aw, Cece. That's good. The cats need to spend more time with you and less time with me. What is that gigantic thing over there? Yada yada. Okay, that's a Ferris wheel. There'll be people riding inside those cabins. You can see. Why? Well, they rotate nice.
Hooray for 2 months.
Happy 2 months. Hi Chips, how you doing? Thank you so much for the resub. It's been a while, hasn't it? I know I have not streamed in a long time. So yeah, thank you guys for popping back in. Your cat's laying next to you. Yeah, it's been a long time. We've been so busy this summer. But now in June, things will calm down. So I'm excited to be streaming again. Also, this hat is making me sleepy. I'm gonna take it off. It's making me warm and make me wanna curl up. I don't hate you. I've been in your stream so much, in your chat. Okay, that's better. Now I can actually hear the game. I wonder if I have a dent in my head from the headset. I don't think I do. Did you guys see the photo of this, or like the video of the streamer who had a dent in his head? Because he shaved his head for something on stream? They rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery. Wait, it's churning? But it looks completely still. Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One complete revolution takes about half an hour. That's a long time. If you're mad enough to go in one, it would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think? Yeah, Christian I think has a dent too. Just a little one. I could feel it. Although, I don't know if you shaved your head. I don't know if it would show. It might, honestly. Because you wear your headset a lot. I don't wear mine nearly enough. What? Can I not look at anything else? Oh, this. There are all sorts of strange buildings here in the Great Exhibition Grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time. Oh, in your country, Bruno? I do wish I could go and see it. I'd present a particularly steely samurai with a present of one of Hurley's stories I'd written, especially... And see if I couldn't get Hurley into a jam against some Bartitsu Master Ninjas. That was difficult to read. You might not find as many of those sorts of people around as you think. Oh no, not the half-ass bean water. Was it too weak? I hate it when I make my coffee too weak, or sometimes it's just slightly too strong, and then it turns out like gross. Oh, your cat's on your leg. That's the best, when your cat sleeps on you. Oh. Oh, but I do know a prosecutor with a Sean Mash top knot I could introduce you to. I know who that is. Do you think I could have my picture taken with him? Do you? Assuming he's recovered from the trim Kazuma gave him a year ago, yes. Alright. I want to see the screwdriver. Oh? Oh no. I already did that. I don't see anything else. Okay, I think I have to go back. Oh, we can talk to him. I thought he disappeared. Oh, you're getting a cramp. Oh no. I know, when your cat's sleeping on you, you cannot move. It's the law. It just tasted bad. Oof. That sucks. It really does. And part of the filter was flipped over. Oh, that definitely sounds like it'll turn out really weak then. Okay. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body and then beam him across to the Crystal Tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public. True, it was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition land. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean? The government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the odd spot of public safety infringements. If they can be the first to develop some new technology, it makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see. Yes, I suppose that's true in a way. So the powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment. Doing a challenge in Tears of the Kingdom where I have to stand on a rock for 10 minutes? Thanks for the spoiler. Them's the rules. It's true, it's true. Yeah, give Cece a head scratch. She likes the chin scratches. Last night she was all curled up and I scratched her chin and she just goes like this. It's so cute. Oh, Bagel is a slut for butt scratches. He loves the belly rubs, he loves the butt rubs. Sometimes he will meow at me and then stick his butt in my face and I'm like, okay, I'll scratch your butt. But like the part, it's not really his butt. I guess this is technically like his lower back. It's like where his tail is. Oh, now I want to see Bagel. Alright, what sort of rights? We're making it so that any theories the brains have remain their legal property, as it were. Right through developing it into a practical idea and even going into production. Which is the infuriating reason us coppers aren't allowed to touch this crime scene. Because the new High Fulton Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it. Darkly, okay. Now it says give the cats plural. But I gotta show it on stream. And I have the treats here. Okay. have the treats here. Isn't this so cute? There's a little cat on it. It is my job. If he gives them the treats, then they'll love me less. Alright. I'm gonna open the door. We'll have a cat on the Herman Miller chair. Hopefully. And then I'll kick him out. Hi Cece! Hi Bagel! Okay, they're both here. Hi! Come here! Okay, we got one cat. That's Cece. Okay, Bagel, you have to come up here. Yeah, Cece, I know. You want another one? I'll give you another one. Just don't bite me, okay? Ow, don't bite me. Ow! She gets too excited. Okay. Can we get Bagel here? Cece, you already had enough. Come here, Bagel. Come here. Bagel's looking at Cece like, I must give Cece the treat. Come here, Bagel. I'm gonna have to carry him on camera. He's so... Thanks, Herman Miller, for sponsoring the treats. I meant true. Okay, Bagel, come here. I'm trying to keep my headset on. Oh. Here's Bagel. Here you go. Hey. Come over here. Oh, it dropped. Cece's gonna get it. Yes, thanks to Herman Miller for sponsoring. I can't move my camera any lower. I could move the chair back. Cece needs to grow. True. The BFR, the big fucking roll. Alright, I'll give them a couple more. See, Christian, you gotta have... Ow! Cece, don't bite me. You gotta have some good channel redemptions. I also just realized that Gregson is still munching during the cat treat segment. Bagel, when's here for you? Bagel. Alright, that's enough treats for them. I think I'll... Oh, they're stuck in the chair. Alright, I'll throw these two out the door so I can get them out. And then it's back to the game. Come on. Come here. You too, Bagel. You gotta go, Bagel. I'm so sorry. Alright. He's so heavy. He's the big fucking roll. No, Cece! She got back in. Give me a second. Infinite fish and chips. True. What, Cece? Come on. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna have to... Give me a second. I gotta get Cece out. Oh my goodness. Okay. Thank you for their treats. They are very happy. But now they are both out of this room, so they do not cause chaos. Alright, enough munching. The only people with permission to investigate here are from some brand new department at the yard. The Forensic Investigation Team, it's called. We've been related to keep guarding. We've been relegated. Any old fool can see that this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with. But just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flamin' thing with it. Oh my goodness. I'm out of breath from trying to get the cats out of this room. Poor Greggsy. He's very het up, isn't he? Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here? Are you having me at it, Sunshine? It's the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Yes, I think Hurley mentioned that recently, with a real twinkle in his eye, as I remember. I'm sure he did, your ladyship. I'm sure he did. Passed especially from this great exhibition it was. All scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions to some suits in the civil service. And if it gets rubber stamped, that's a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality. What does that really mean? Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Although a good half of them are a load of cobblers, if you ask me. Put forward by shammers like yourself. Thanks for that. Oh, I love how absurd some of these inventions here are. It's all so fun. It might be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine, eh? Hang science, that's what I say. Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job. You'd soon think otherwise after spending a day guarding all these shammers' bogus contraptions. But if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point. Yeah, well, there is a point, sadly. Sorry? Thanks to another of our government's bright ideas. If any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant. The scientists get funding? Exactly, and that's what they're all after. All these shammers coming from far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. And who has to keep them all safe? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us coppers, that's who. So you can see why I say it now, can't ya? Hang signs. Hang it. Oh, maybe I can see your point. Apparently Professor Harebrain lives and works in Germany now, conducting his research. That's right, came back to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants. Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. About his time in further education. It turns out he was at university with someone we both know. Lord Van Zieks. Oh, that's news to him. But if Van Zieks mans the prosecution, then, as the accused, the professor's fate is sealed, because the Reaper will get him one way or another. Blimey, that man's beyond me. I don't know what goes on in that head of his. Talking to Van Zieks, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that? Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about. Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Still, the Reaper, huh? How long is that business gonna keep up, I wonder? Ooh. No conflict of interest, true. That's exactly what I was thinking, like, if Van Zieks was friends with the guy, could be a conflict of interest. Why is everyone surprised? He has been around for all of the England cases. Yeah. Has he? I'm trying to think if he missed one. No, I think he was at all of them. Everyone's just shocked because I think he took like such a big break. And then once I was defending my first person in England, he came back. Yeah. Yeah, no conflict of interest at all. The victim in this case, the investor, he was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard. Lord Baroque Van Zieks is a top-class prosecutor, but even he can't always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win. Yes, I've heard about the jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it? Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Van Zieks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court. Although the man himself denies that charge. Well, we've done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached is that Lord Van Zieks is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it, I would. But if that's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't have just coincidentally died if nobody killed them. I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper. Professor Harebrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Van Zieks was a totally different person, easygoing and kind, before he became the vampire. You what? He said that it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Do you have any idea what it was? No clue. Really? Look, I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, eh? Right. Are you done here, Mr. Naruto? Sorry? Isn't it about time you were leaving? Or rather, it is about time you were leaving. That lot are here now. That lot? The forensic investigation team. They'll be giving me the heave-ho in a minute, too. Oh dear, poor Gregsy. Here, have another cup of my special blend to cheer you up. The pinky. That hit the spot. Yep, hits it every time. Well, at least I've seen the seen the scene with my own eyes. Looks like this is as far as we're gonna get with our investigations here, at least. I've been thinking Hurley might know something, mightn't he? About what? About Mr. Reaper. About what happened to Lord Van Zieks, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. I know, right? Happy, happy, happy. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. We're literally at a crime scene, and the music is so happy. Oh, here, this is what you need. What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket? Madame Tuspels. Is this supposed to mean something to me? You don't know it? It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go now if you'd like. Oh no, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow. But that's where Hurley is. What? At this popular London attraction? He saw his student debt? Oh no! True, he's like, I need to get out of this debt. What if I become one of the... Wait, are vampires the living dead? Because they're not the undead. Is it zombies that are undead? Anyway. I think Iris has paid off her loans by threatening the school by pointing her gun at them. And she's like, just pay it off yourself. How is it that you know where he is? Hurley told me, but he told me to keep it a secret from you, Bruno. Madame Tuspels. I don't see how it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then stranger things have happened, and when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. Yeah, living dead. Right. Ooh. Waxwork exhibits. Ooh. It's like Madame Tussauds? I forget what it's called. The wax museums around the world. I wasn't expecting that. What? That was really scary. What is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes, but why are all the people so still? Guillotines, ruthless murderers. I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight. They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Bruno? Shocked? Wax models? I read about dead bodies in wax once in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn into wax, apparently. It's called I can't say that word. Stop talking about creepy things like that, Bruno. You're scaring me. Anyway, it doesn't form readily, you know. It's only... What now? I just remembered something else I read. Another magazine about strange phenomena. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display. None of the exhibits in here are real. They're all entirely man-made replicas. They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them. Oh. There's no way anybody could make models of people that are this realistic. Oh. Again, I forgot I changed his clothing. And they're all such gruesome scenes. Alright, that jawline could definitely be the guy. The apprentice. When is it? Oh, no. I must be seeing things. Oh, that's so creepy. Oh, I don't like that. Is this an arm? It looks like an arm, doesn't it? Maybe one of the waxwork models has fallen over. I don't like the music in here. I miss the happy, happy, happy music. You don't think it could be the work of one of the mass murderers in here, do you? Bruno, stop scaring me. Annie, it's too happy? Oh, what is that emote? Also, Annie is not happy enough. I'm never pleased, am I? Come on, you're always pointing that finger of yours in court. Poke that arm now and see how it feels. Objection! Oh, I don't like that. That big heavy curtain is in a very prominent position, isn't it? I have a nasty feeling there's going to be something truly terrifying behind it. Oh yes, that's the famous Tuspels special exhibit. It depicts one of England's most notorious killers? Do you want to pay the extra fee and have a look? Pay more money? Someone literally just stole my money. I don't have any. To be more terrified? Oh, let me think about that for a moment. Yes, one of the models is a real person. I just hope it's only the one and not more. Ugh. It's the great detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes has his own wax statue in here? Really? Well, he is world famous after all. It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? It makes my skin crawl to look at it. I know. But look, Bruno. We can kick this Hurley and he doesn't move a muscle. You can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris. Oh, wait. It just moved, I'm sure. And not just a little bit either. Really? Did it? And look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork model. Yeah, he looked like he was really in pain. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look, there's a great murder scene to enjoy, much more appealing. My dear fellow, I take exception to your recoiling in such a manner, as if you've seen something truly abhorrent. Mr. Sholmes! I knew it. Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruto. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And that kick. Could you not have exercised a little more restraint? You winded me. Bruno has something he needs to ask you. Question? And I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So here we are. Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes being stationary like that. And my great brain, upon which all my success has been built, would have turned to wax. Oh, do you think she hit him down there? I just thought she kicked him in the leg or something. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed, in many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss. Oh, Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you? Oh yes, there is a reason why he's wearing this. Oh, was he clutching down there in the animation? I did not notice that. Yeah, someone told me that in this game you can actually change the character's attire. And I didn't like anyone else's attire change except for his. So he's wearing this from now on. But yeah, I think it's like in the main menu. You can change their outfits. He can know something about Lord Van Zieks and what happened in the past to change him. Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? And you chose the outfit where his titty is out? Yes. Don't ask questions. For your luck, I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Oh, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry. And if my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. I don't like it when the music goes out. Oh no. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. That hand is gonna move. Really? Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter about which you've come to me now. He moves straight up in the air, and in the other outfit, he clutches down. Oh, I didn't know that. How could it be? We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow, but for now I must return to my work. What, back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit? No. Answer my questions. What is this place? Madame Tuspels came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. There are museums like this in Japan too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they? The extreme realism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Tuspels family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine. Ugh, that sounds grim. The gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism in the expressions of the faces of the condemned. Apparently, the sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses right there at the site of the executions. I'm sorry, I can't read when I play this guillotine. I said guillotine, didn't I? Sometimes I think if I say it with enough confidence, no one will point out my mistakes. But you guys are on the ball. This is not the first word I've mispronounced today. That really turns my stomach. You'll always point out my mistakes. Is that one of your vows? That's so sweet of you. That's just one of several legends about the Tuspels family. Whether there's any truth in it, I couldn't say. But anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum, by quite some margin, is this House of Horrors. House of Horrors? Of course, visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition, but people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals at their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows, so they're even stiffer now than the models in them. Have you heard of poor taste? My dear fellow, the public live for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked. So the hideous exhibits in here are... they're all portrayals of real events that actually took place. Is it just me, or did the temperature in here just seem to drop? Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. Oh, he's back to being in waxwork, is he? What do you mean by a temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act. Catching them? Every half hour, I home in on a different killer in one of the displays and adopt a new pose to ensnare him. When the members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph with us. Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? But why, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money. He really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors. I know, right? How does he fool anyone? I'm sure it looks a lot better with his normal outfit. He sounds like my type of guy. As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent, and I have the ravenous Iris to consider. Oh, Hurley, I'm so hungry. If push comes to shove, she'll have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruto. What's he threatening to rope me in now? So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours. Maybe some other time. Remember, Mr. Naruto, ignore me at your peril. Back to being a waxwork again. Is it just me, or did his final remark there sound a lot like a curse? Well, what is it you'd like to ask me then? Actually, It's about Lord Van Zieks. Ah, our friend Mr. Reaper. How did you find him? Well, I trust. Yeah, his sidekick looked an awful lot like you. And so I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I learned. About Lord Van Zieks, about Professor Harebrain, and about the strange coincidence that they've been at university together. So I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Van Zieks such a different person. I was sure that you'd know, Hurley. I'm gonna guess it's one of these scenes. You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before, that something was afoot, and that you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes? He suddenly clammed up. Just tell me, man. Well, it's the hand. Oh! Hello. Where did she appear from? And what is she wearing? Could she look any more mysterious? Interesting. I know. I'm still on day 1. I have a feeling it's gonna be 2 parts of the investigation. Maybe 3? Because I haven't found any evidence at all. Okay, so this is the Madame herself. Sorry, have we... Mr. Sholmes, do you know this? Ain't it taking a while to complete a game? You try playing this game quickly. That's no fun. You have to stop and contemplate and think and save scum. My apologies. I am Esmeralda Tuspels. This is my museum of waxwork. What? You're the Madame Tuspels? I thought she was gonna be an old lady. Well, sir? Though only 26 years young, I might add. She's younger than me. Is that significant somehow? I'm a madame in name only. It adds a certain je ne sais quoi. Right. Why be an old lady when they can make her hot? That's true. That's like what they did with Pura in Tears of the Kingdom. Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks, or rather, one waxwork in particular. That'll be Mr. Sholmes, then. I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toil and trouble. She sounds deadly serious. That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Van Zieks now? Let's not forget what Hurley said before. About something being afoot right here in the museum, I mean. Yes, I know, but... I'm so curious. I want to know what's happening here. Haven't we got enough on our plate already? Yes, let's talk to you. Did you make all these waxworks, Madame Tuspels? I did. I am the 3rd generation of waxwork artisans, you know. Gosh. It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. Though that is when she acquired the savoir-faire that leads to the astonishing likeness. All these waxworks really do look as though they're alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hurley. What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks were created in the presence of the real people on which they are modeled. In the hours immediately following their executions, that is the secret to their extraordinary lifelikeliness. That sounds terrifying. All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see. Ugh. Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying? Do not fear. Sorry? This room is the only one in the museum with such a... I don't know how to say that word. I know what it means. I do hope you'll explore. Oh, nice! I did the Gerudo Labyrinth too, but I only did the first one. I didn't go up or down. So no spoilers. Macabre. Thank you. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians, something for every taste, I hope. It was Iris who dragged me straight in here, come to think of it. Bye, Darkly. Have a good work day. Hope your coffee's better, too. Sorry, perhaps I should have eased you into things. Have you guys ever been to the wax museums? Because I think I went to one in New York. And I know there's one in Canada, but I haven't been to that one. And it is a little creepy. What's the situation with that? Ah, my temporary waxwork model. He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal. Oh, what sort of proposal? My dear madame, what these sparse exhibits need is the addition of a world-famous great detective. Or words to that effect. Yeah, the Niagara one looks creepy. The New York one was like pretty good, but some of them looked creepy. Naturally, I'm well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective. It's a great detective, actually. He's very specific about it. Yes, the creme de la creme. So I was keen to come to make some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we were unable to agree terms. Let me guess, someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his services? For a mere £500, I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment? Or words to that effect. Mr. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch. Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. So we came to the current arrangement instead. Surely he doesn't really need to do what he's doing though, does he? I would think not, but he was very insistent. I have a 50-shilling problem that must be resolved by the morning. Or words to that effect. It's the pawnbroker, that's what it is. He must have done something to redeem. Is the consulting detective work not going so well? I wonder, could I ask you something, Beyonce? I'm just curious, is anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps? Whoever suggested such a thing to you? It was Hurley. Oh, he's gone. Your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned it to me a little... Oh, he disappeared. A wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade. Oh. There you are. Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working? Do you wish to be melted down? My dear Madame Two Spells, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. It's our ideas about your current problem we must throw into the melting pot instead. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police. Why ever not? She's turned as white as a sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. Though please be aware that I I insist upon payment in advance. Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we? Before I engage my analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something. Someone's dead behind that curtain. What prey is behind the curtain? That is the Tespel's special exhibit. There's an extra charge to see it. Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. It must depict a serial killer, a special killer then, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder? Absolutely none. There's nothing amiss behind there. Nothing amiss, madame? Oh, what about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? Oh, you saw that? I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond before the situation worsens. I don't want to see it. I will draw back the curtains, but only a soupçon? Oh, someone's dead. Number 139. I must confess, I peeked behind the curtain earlier. The Tespel's special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. I hate this, I hate this. What does strike one, however? Wait. I'm trying to think if we've seen this guy before. I don't think we have. No. The portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor. Is he supposed to be there? It is the jury foreman! I'm trying to think what case. Interesting. Is it the first case with the carriage? I'm trying to remember. Interesting though. Okay, okay. Well, well then, perhaps, Mr. Sholmes, that man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself. I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman. Not even a waxwork, in fact. Huh? As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they are always distinguishable from real humans. So, allow me to present my two conclusions. The first. Okay. But in this game, we've seen people that are dead. And they're not dead. We had that last episode. When the guy came back to life. Okay. A sizable business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit. Why? Why wouldn't you say that? And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime. She looks as pale as candle wax. I don't understand. So, Madame Tuspels, as you've agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Another great deduction. And this part is really long. It's already been 3.5 hours? To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some 200 pounds. That is all my own money. So what does this large sum of money reveal? Ah, not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tuspells. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes fall now. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that public notice. Waxwork for sale. Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer, the centerpiece of your special exhibit, for the sum of 200 pounds. No. Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Ah. Unfortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What doubt the man, such a shocking blow was of course the 200 pounds. It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. What are you suggesting? Oh, I just saw a hand behind her. He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of 200 pounds. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I have a little bit of water left. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him what an extortionate amount he was paying. But the money was no longer in his hands. And the result, the scene we see before us, he collapsed in shock. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit fetched a killer price. We can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. And then he changes outfits. Sold for cash. Waxwork location. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment. It cannot possibly. What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief. Such is worn by policemen as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay. What are you talking about? The man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's policing awards. But next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with the particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle. Almost, in fact, as if he were a waxwork. Ah, but your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. Threepence? A tragically low price, you might say. Though perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks. And yet you sold it to the portly gentleman for an exorbitant 200 pounds. The sort of plucky behavior that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madame? I do not. Yes, the waxwork you sold has already been seized by the police, and it remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in the special exhibit, and not a moment too soon. Okay, so Sherlock Holmes is always wrong about everything, and then we have to figure out the right thing. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. I think I remember that scarf from another case. The pink one. From the other cop. I see I've stunned you all into silence. You have, Hurley. You have. Because you're wrong. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot. If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Sholmes. Watch him be right? He's never right. Otherwise, the game wouldn't be a game. It would be a show. The old guy has to be real. Why would a wax model look like that be wearing a massive scarf? I think the model is like a fake model, but the scarf is hiding something. Possibly. We'll find out. The notorious Naruto 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, then, the special exhibit featured this old policeman. So that would mean that he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? Oh, what if she is? I hope it's not covering up a real body. The killer policeman, Ottermole. Sorry? It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the... What does that word mean? I'm gonna look that one up. The sky? Okay. And it turned out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Ottermole. So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be? Indeed. It is a particularly grim face, is it not? Oh, the beyond? Like the heavens? I guess, or the hell? Unforgettable, in fact, yes. I remember that odious countenance only too well. But is 200 pounds a lot of money for a wax model? It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, if that puts things into perspective. So it is quite a lot then. Oh, is it another dimension in COD? Interesting. Yeah, when I googled it, it said it was like a Greek word for the clear upper air of the sky. The ancient Greek personification of the clear upper air of the sky. Let's see that word. Oh, with COD. The fabric of reality itself. Interesting. I don't know. Before I melt you down, that bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous. Ugh. The smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me. Mr. Sholmes did more or less just accuse her to her face, so... I think I might have to call your assistance here, Iris, if that's alright. To make some minor corrections to the great detective's great deductions. Of course it's alright. We'll soon set things straight. Well, let's get started then, shall we? Before Madame Tuspel vents her anger. Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. Okay, I'm just gonna save here. Just in case. So, Madame Tuspels, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. I like this part. This part's fun. Okay. I'm not going to read this again. What if the guy on the floor was poisoned with wax when he found out something? True, we also don't know if he's dead or alive, and we should be concerned about that. But we're not. Oh. Alright, she went and saw her waxwork. She must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax? If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything. For that much money, I would, but it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Poke the body. The kid can wait. Don't say that, Christian, no. The man needs help. Wonder if the 200 pounds could have some other significance. Let's follow that glance again, see if there's anything else. Oh, okay. Note on the wall. Let's read it. What's that note doing pinned on the wall over there? Ah yes, let's see. Dear Madame Tuspels, we've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for his safe return is 200 pounds. Have the money ready by noon on the 23rd of October. This is just like the sort of thing that's left behind when someone is kidnapped. Yes, it's a ransom note. Exactly. Cool. That's definitely gonna be it.
Take that!
The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that ransom note. Quite so, and we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness. Abducting a waxwork. Ugh. 200 pounds is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intend to pay it. The model in question has special importance, so I put together all the money I have. In summary then, the 200 pounds you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now let's explore the next curiosity with which we were presented. Yeah, poor guy. Okay, so we already read this. I will skip. So if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who this man is? We could just ask him when he comes around. Well, maybe he was the one who is gonna pick up the money. I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris. Yes, you're right. Hurley's trying so hard. We mustn't let him down. Well, there's little doubt that he suffered a shock. That much seems clear. But in that case, what's Madame Tuspels trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. I think I saw it. She was hiding like a hand. Or is that her hand? I don't know. Oh, it's her hand. Okay. Is it? That does not look like her hand. Check her booty. I don't see anything suspicious on the booty. Oh, I don't want to present it. I just want to check it. That doesn't look like hers. It must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all. Oh, but wait. This is a left hand as well, look. Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please. And it seems very stiff, too. In fact, it's really hard. Her booty's really hard. You mean it's made of wax? I knew it was weird. That does not look like her hand. Yeah, it's two left hands. Is that what she said? She said the hand was hard, not her booty. I have a feeling this hand belongs to something else. Okay, so I'm going to present that.
Take that!
That would be quite a shock. What dealt the man such a shocking blow, of course, was the waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow. How could you... The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but closer inspection reveals it is in fact a left hand. And somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madame. It is the hand of a waxwork model. I knew it. It's the guy with the yellow scarf. Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage. So you mean that arm? Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. Look at his face. No small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms. I'm afraid I had to teach the man a lesson. Yeah, she had that whole thing hidden. We confronted the man and tried to take the arm back. And the result? The scene we see before us. He was knocked unconscious. A point we may need to yeah, we'll just leave him there for now. We won't check if he's okay. For the time being, let's continue our conclusion. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped. The question that arises then is, what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly... What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man sitting over there. Okay. According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is a sign to other policemen that some crime is underway. A way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity. Yes. It's a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard. That Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away. Well, uncovering secrets is in any true detective's nature, of course. Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Tussauds' reaction to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. I think it's the fact that he is missing an arm. What the? The man has a stub sticking out of his shoulder where his arm should be. No way. Well, that settles that then. Right, this isn't a real person at all. His entire arm's been ripped off from the shoulder down. His arm's been... Of course, that ties in with what we just found out. Is it? Is this it? I don't see anything else. Yeah, okay.
Take that!
Who is this fellow? To find the answer we need, only observe his shoulder stub. No such boneless human walks this earth, or that I can assure you. Of that I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact, defying all odds, a waxwork model. I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes. He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man. Naturally, what other explanation could there be? And it was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it? Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with the particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle. Almost, in fact, as if he were a waxwork. Oh, maybe you were right. Maybe he is real. I don't want to move the scarf. A killer policeman called Otter Mole, was it? Was he well known? It was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price though. Threepence isn't much money. Only enough for a few measly hours of gas and Mr. Garrideb's delightful lodgings, in fact. So this is the special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? The waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for £200. Is this crusty old killer policeman Ottermole? Really? Perhaps we should give a good look around again and see if another idea crops up. I don't like this. He's moving. I don't like that. I don't like that.
Take that!
Chips, you were right. You were absolutely right. In other words, this man is a genuine member of Scotland Yard. Slightly... slight shift in your choice of adjectives then. And there you have it. Well, Madame Tussauds. Why is the guy on the floor still wearing his hat if he was knocked on the head? Oh, maybe. Pence is worth a penny. 4 pence is 3 cents. Yeah. It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. He is clearly fatigued. He is sound asleep. But then, what's this tag about showing a price of 3 pence? No doubt the price tag of the muffler, which the old Bobby purchased recently at a local market. And I presume you observed the scarf around his arm. Does that not strike you, Mr. Naruto? Yes, the secret sign used by detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway. Of course, because, as you know, there has been just such criminal activity happening here. As you deduced from the very beginning, Detective. So, it would seem that we finally arrived at the truth. The waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped. And Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes's great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Okay, but what about the guy on the ground? Still a mystery, but solved. Okay. I still have more questions than answers. All sorts of people visit my museum here, men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway. Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe. It was a pleasure, my dear madame. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. See, I told you, he was always wrong. Also, we don't know if she's crazy yet. I don't know. I'm sure your client finds this all very fascinating. As for your rough customer, I've no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display. If it wasn't indeed genuinely abducted. Yes, tragically it was. Then I'd ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork. Oh yeah, true. Our poor client, we're like off gallivanting in this wax museum. And our poor client is sitting in jail, like, what's going on? Also, Reaper, this game is a, how would I describe it? It's like a murder mystery lawyer game. So you have to investigate a murder case, and then you have to go to court after and try to defend your clients in court. And it's really fun. Okay. Very well. But after I've told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work. The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish. And yeah, we're currently in the investigation stage, and everything is kind of confusing, and I don't really know what's going on. Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please. It was some days ago now, when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that a waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. Is it your most prominent display? So that's why the curtains were closed? And I found the ransom note in its place. The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then. So this waxwork that was stolen, it was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose. Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would say. The Professor. Not a name I've heard of. So, Mr. Naruto, it seems the circle is complete. Oh, this music always creeps me out. Should have had a security system. True. The Professor case happened around the time I was born, didn't it? Oh, is it the Professor in Japan? Indeed it did, Iris. Oh, 10 years ago. Okay, that wouldn't have happened in Japan. Okay. A series of murders that rocked the capital. 10 years ago? Yes, at exactly the time that Barak Van Zieks graduated from university, in fact. What? Surely he's not saying... So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life... As you've surmised, it was the Professor case. Who is the Professor then? Tell me more! It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death. And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Though, of course, he happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction. But I don't understand. How is all this related to Lord Van Zieks? The Professor is the pseudonym of the killer? I already forgot what that word means. You must first understand, my dear fellow, why is it that the Professor earned such an infamy? It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest. What do you mean, Harley? Those murdered by the Professor were some of the highest members of British aristocracy. Members of the nobility, even royalty. It sent shockwaves through the country's administration. Members of the... Ah, wait, of course. What Professor Harebrain said. Lord Van Zieks is from a family with noble blood. Oh gosh. It was the 5th victim that led to the professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of... Clint Van Zieks. That's probably who's in the portrait. I don't believe it. Van Zieks? I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. Oh, alias. Gotcha. Gotcha. Oh yeah, I know what an alias is. Alright. Let me just see for a second. The jawline here. No, I don't think it's Herlock. Maybe this person is his brother. Maybe he didn't really die. I don't know. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Barak pursued a career as a prosecutor, and eventually became the Reaper we know today. I had no idea Lord Van Zieks had such a tragic past. Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter, for the time being at least. After all, I have work to do. As a waxwork exhibit. I'm afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. Oh yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involve you coming to visit me here. It's been too long. It really has. I'm delighted to see you, Barak. It's been 10 years, and here we are, meeting in a prison of all places. I can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Osman. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen. Tomorrow the court will decide. Yes. I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. Oh, he's gonna tell him now. It was an accident, a terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it. I must warn you. Oh, I know. I've heard already. Oh, okay. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you? Yes. Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Barak, are you really... What? Never mind. I know that you have my best interests at heart. My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else. Of course, I fully understand. Thank you, Barak. Until tomorrow, then. I'll see you in court. Okay. That's a lot to digest. Alright. Oh, we go right to the trial? I'm not ready for this. Okay, well, this has been 4 hours. I need to go to bed. I have nothing to go on, exactly. Except for the fact that maybe, Van Zieks is gonna let this guy go for free. Which I really doubt he'll do, because that's not in his character. Yeah. Okay. I don't know what's gonna happen. Yeah, that's true. I can't investigate because I can't. Alright, I'm just gonna go back to the main menu. I already saved. Yes. Hold on, I want to see what other outfits there are. Ah! I remember. Oh, right. Yeah, there's only 3 outfits. So this is what Herlock is supposed to look like, but I like his cat outfit. Yeah, I really should be able to stream a bit more this week. I don't think I have too much going on. And what day is it? Monday? Today's Monday. The thing is too, I want to play Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, I might be able to stream tomorrow. The only day I can't stream is Wednesday. I'll be back in July! No! The kids have a lot to remember. Okay, so maybe it's good if I do as much as I can. This one part felt so long. I mean, I guess I did take it pretty slowly, but yeah, it felt very long. Okay, so I'll get some sleep. Everyone have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. It's a lot more fun when you guys are in here helping me along the way. They are long? Okay, that's good to know. But yes, have a good night, and I will see you soon. I have to, yeah, I need to digest what just happened. Alright, see you guys later. Bye.